ये फिर मैं ऐसे कर लेता हूँ यार. This is better.
ये कैप्टन को भी दे दो दूसरा. तो कैप्टन को नहीं देना.
मैं ऐसे से करूँगा.
दोनों को दो.
या इसको बंद कर दीजिए ताकि इसमें कोई डिस्टर्बेंस आवाज़ें नहीं आए दूसरों की. इसको टेस्ट कर सकते हैं. हेलो हेलो, आ रही है आवाज़ आपके पास? कुछ आ रहा है? हेलो हेलो, ओके, आ रही है. All right, folks, a very good morning to you live from Prairie View Cricket Complex. PV5 is the field. We've got the two umpires, Mr. Owen Bryan and Mr. Brian Kane with us, and the two captains. This is the championship final. I've got Gaurav Bajaj from the Raiders and Milind Kumar from the Kingsmen. These two teams won the semi-final yesterday and they've come in this grand championship final. We are here for the toss. Milind is the home team. He's going to be tossing and Gaurav will call. Let's go. Heads is the call from Gaurav. Heads it is. Gaurav, you won the toss. What are you trying to do?
We'll bowl first.
Are there any changes in your team from yesterday?
No, we play the same team which won the semis. Yeah.
And you've come as the underdogs, but you've played a very good brand of cricket. All your batsmen are firing. You're performing pretty well. You're feeling in the camp going into this final.
No, we just go one game at a time. And I think the atmosphere has been very good. Win or lose, we try to create a very positive atmosphere. And a lot of our players are very seasoned players, so they know how to carry themselves. And it's a very good atmosphere.
And who do you think are your key players going into this final, assessing the conditions? Who are the players to watch out for?
I mean, since we are bowling first, it has been a complete unit. If you see, everyone has stepped up. Someone has stepped up in each game. And in certain games, everyone has shown a fight and contributed in a certain way. So I would not take a single name. We have a lot of pros, a lot of good names. So I would say it has been a collective effort. So we'll try to put in an effort together. Yeah.
All right, Gaurav, all the very best to you and your squad. Milan, we'll have a quick chat with you. First of all, any changes from yesterday, or you're playing the same team?
No, we're playing the same team.
Now, you have been amongst the runs. Saad Ali has scored a lot of runs. Ramesh came back to form. Are you feeling good overall about your squad?
No, obviously, see, it's a team effort, and every game is a couple of like one or the or two are like giving and contributing to the team, and that's what matters. It's not just like it's a team game, and one of the team, if you're scoring.
And you, the Kingsmen, like living on the edge. Raiders had a very comfortable run coming into the finals. You've played 2 super overs, one in the league game, and you played 1 super over in the semi-final yesterday. Feeling about meeting the Raiders, about the overall competition and this tournament now?
Yeah, obviously, not a single tournament we have lost, but yeah, we look forward to seeing like doing the same thing.
All right, Milind, all the very best to the Kingsmen and your entire team. We'll see you soon. So, folks, that's the news from the middle. The Raiders have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first. And he's played first-class cricket, so he's used to bowling long spells. That's a better line in length. Nice comeback. The line, more importantly, because he came closer to the stumps. There was no width on offer. And it's that hard length, just back of length, which rears up as it gets to the batsman, and it hits high on your bat, so they're very difficult to get away in time. You look at those stats from Najaf Shah, a maiden over, which in itself is worth its weight in gold. And then those 2 wickets, amongst those 2 was the big wicket of Ramiz Raja, followed by Arir Ali. This is a shortish delivery, and there is a man stationed at a very squarish fine leg, almost in line with the umpire, but not really a square leg. Kind of in no man's land, and that is an indication that there's not too much pace on the ball when your fine leg tends to be a little squarish. The field right now is a third man and a backward square leg for Milind Kumar. Those are the 2 fielders outside the 30 yards. And that backward square leg is exactly that same position where Ramiz Raja holed out to Najaf Shah without scoring. Now there's a slight change in the field. The third man has come up also inside the circle, and fine leg has dropped back on the boundary. So the only 2 men back are that player right there next to Arya Kannata to his left, the deep fine and deep square. And this one tails into Milind Kumar. Big wide down the leg side. Good take by young Arya Kannata. He's come the distance as a youngster who first came into this tournament at the age of 17, 16. Again, a slower delivery. Looked like he rolled his fingers and a shy at the stumps, and Milind was back in, so that's going to result in overthrows. They'll come back for 2. Not very smart work by that fielder at backward point, especially when Milind wasn't really out of his crease. He was just testing the waters, took a step and then came back. And while there was no backing up, that throw was just not needed. Yeah, couple of paces, but he was very quick to get back in and comfortably makes it. Does Milind. Yeah, well in. And Owen Brown, look at that position. If you're young umpires trying to break through and start getting gigs at this level, that's one leaf you can take out of the book of the best in the business, Owen Brown. Your position as a leg umpire when you're calling those runouts. And this is onto the pads, and this nicely whipped by Milind. The fielder is pretty quick there. Comes across and keeps it down to 1. Good work by backward square leg to bring over number 5 to a close. The Kingsmen, 29 for 2. So it looks like there's a change in the bowling. Jesse Singh is being replaced by Vineet Sinha, who's coming in from the Highway 290 end, and he's bowling to Milind Kumar. Nice back of length delivery, beautifully played by Milind. Gets tall on his toes and works it backward of point. Third man gets across and cuts it off. So just 2 runs. They'll have to get a move on now, the Kingsmen. These two have steadied the ship. They've been together for 4.5 overs. And they've put on 27 runs during this partnership. Last over of the power play. So sooner rather than later, they will have to put the foot on the pedal and get a move on. A beautiful delivery by Vineet, an effort ball. Heard a loud grunt all the way to the commentary box. And also that teasing line in length, keeping it just back of length outside the off stump. The ball is still relatively new, and it's been met with a lot of respect, so there's not really any wear and tear on that ball. Might still do things off the pitch and in the air, as this one was a leading edge, and Vineet Sinha, full stretch in front of him. That could have been curtains for Milind Kumar. What works in his favor was he was playing with very soft hands. If he was forcing the issue, that might have just carried back to Vineet. As you see, hitting high on the bat. Evades Vineet by just an inch or two. And that's the length I've been talking about. That's the hard length, just back of length, where the batsman can't really press forward, but it's also not comfortable on the back foot either. It's going to hit high on that bat, just like it did on that occasion. I'm really liking the look of Vineet Sinha. Last over of the power play. If he over pitches, I have a feeling Milind Kumar would not exercise any kind of control and just throw the kitchen sink. He would be looking to go down the ground, so he needs to bowl that back of length and push Milind back. This one was slightly fuller and firmly driven down the ground. And that's good fielding by one of the best in the country, Nitish Kumar. He's very good in the field, is Nitish. Especially after the power play, you'll see him in all the hot spots on the boundary. One of the safest catchers you'll find going around the circuit. So it looks like they're making a slight change in the field. Fine leg has been invited into the circle, and deep square leg has been stationed on the boundary. 27 is the partnership between these two. Saad Ali 12 of 17, Milind 12 of 14. Subdued start for the Kingsmen. And this is going to be a wide effort ball from Vineet. Went around the wicket to the left-handers. Always see young fast bowlers. It's become a cliche in cricket. The moment they come up against a left-hander, for some reason they prefer going around the wicket. Perhaps trying to cram the batsman, not give them any width, because over the wicket you're angling it across. But that angle also creates better chances, as this one is onto the hips of Saad Ali. And he gets nicely inside the line of the ball, allows it to come onto his body and whips it off his hips to the left of fine leg, which is inside the circle, to give them a much needed boundary. 37 for 2 at the end of 6. Back live, the power play is done. Over number 7 resuming. A very subdued start by the Kingsmen, having been put into bat by the Raiders. 37 for 2. T20 cricket has come leaps and bounds in the last 2 decades since its inception. Just looking at the exploits at the IPL, Sunrisers Hyderabad scoring another 266 in 20 overs. That's nicely played by Milind. That's the 3rd score in excess of 250 in about 7 games. The likes of Travis Head, Klaasen, and so many others around them. Markram, Abhishek Sharma. T20 batting these days has become almost a template where you start going for it from the word go. The batters have become so good at finding the fence and range hitting. I just wonder where this game is going to go in the next few years to come. Those 170, 180s on good pitches are not par scores anymore. We saw 2 or 3 in the semi-final yesterday, which was a tie, went into the super over. And the Kingsmen came out tops in that game. We have seen a couple of other scores of 200 plus in this tournament. Although the Prairie View Cricket Complex offers balanced pitches that offer something for the bowlers like we are seeing in this game. But if you are a batsman who's true to his technique and wants to play positive cricket, you can definitely make the most of these conditions. It's definitely interesting times in T20 cricket. Whether it would remain to be a game of bat and ball with both departments being offered something, or whether it would become a game of just thrashing the bowlers and scores of 250 plus remains to be seen. That was one example of thrashing the bowler. Slightly foolish delivery outside the off stump and a booming cover drive, slightly uppish, but he knew he was placing it in that gap was Milind Kumar, and a welcome boundary of Shubham Branjane, who has come in from the forest end. The score moves along to 41 for 2. And this is again nicely driven. Waited on that ball and he's coming back for a second. Wasn't a smooth pickup and throw, so that allowed him to come back. We've got a lot of live viewers at the moment. Nicely whipped off his hips by Milind for a single to mid-on, long on. We're going to try and enable the live chat so you can interact with us and interact amongst yourselves. the support that the cricket community from Houston and beyond has offered the Houston Premier League over the years is very exciting to see. On a slow Saturday morning, you all have tuned in to watch this final. And we are pleased to bring you this exhilarating brand of cricket. Going to look at the Kingsmen squad. Ramiz Raja, Saad Ali, Arir Ali, the under-21, Milind Kumar, Arjun Mahesh, another youngster, wicket-keeper. Both sides have young wicket-keepers, Arjun Mahesh and Arya Kanatha. And then you've got Hamad Azam, Harmeet Singh, Mohammad Hassan Khan, Waqas Salim. So they bat until number 9. It's a deep batting order. And then the two quicks, Ziaul Haq and Huzaifa. And we'll come back to the Raiders lineup as this is nicely played by Milind to the spinner. Nitish Kumar has been brought into the attack. Raiders are playing the same team from yesterday, which won the semi-final. No changes there. A very accomplished lineup. And this is played inside out and could have carried to that man just backward of point, or rather a short third man, and the wild throw is going to give them another run. Nitish has his hands in the air. It looks like that Sujit Gora at short third. What could have been a dot ball, or rather could have been a wicket, results in 2 runs. Boy. The Raiders want to keep a strong hold on the Kingsmen. And a little bit of width. Nicely played by Milind Kumar to get a single and turn the strike over to Saad Ali. So you saw the beautiful drone footage we have incorporated. We have also got provision for referrals today. And the umpires can send decisions to the commentary box, especially when it comes to stumpings, runouts, or no balls. We've got the technology to aid the umpires. So based on a soft signal, if we have enough evidence for runouts, stumpings, or no balls, we can overturn the decisions. And this is played inside out by Milind Kumar. A lot of width on that delivery. Short third and backward pointer inside the circle. And he gets a much welcome boundary, does Milind. Final ball of the over coming up. He'll have to re-bowl that. Wide down the leg side. The fact that he's looking to go around the wicket to the right-hander tells me that he is looking to cramp Milind. Maybe pitch a ball in line with the stumps and get it to straighten from around the wicket to bring that leg before into play. Just like that. And that's nicely played, and they're going to come back for a second. The fielder comes in. The 2 men all stationed on the boundary try to come in, but those 2 batsmen are really quick between the wickets. 8 overs gone. It's 55 for 2. saw those memories from the Houston Premier League over the years. So many young players who have come through the ranks and been a part of this tournament and now are making their name here again at this edition of the Houston Premier League and beyond. They've gone on to play for minor league franchises. Some of them are part of the major league setups. Cricket eventually is the winner. Shubham Ranjan is going to continue from the forest end, and he's bowling to Saad Ali, who comes down the track and he goes over that man at mid-wicket. Long on is giving it a long chase, and he does ever so well. Lightning fast Zia Shehzad coming in from long on. Ran at least 50 yards or so all the way from long on. Just evades the fingertips of Nitish Kumar. Those are the kind of catches you need to stick. But he timed his jump quite well. It was just out of his range. Again, and Saad Ali goes inside out this time, and he is going to find long off. A tame dismissal for Saad Ali. Just a chip. You would have played that shot if mid-off was in the circle, but the fact that long off was stationed back, no way that's going to carry over the fielder. You saw such an easy catch right in his lap. Almost catching practice. Regulation catch. Saad Ali, after doing all the hard work, departs, and the new batsman is going to be Hamad Azam, the skipper. In fact, skipper for the franchise for several years, but he has passed on the merits to Milind Kumar now. That's a big body blow again for the Kingsmen, because if you've done all the hard work, you've steadied the ship, you were getting into the later half of the innings, and that's the time you need to start capitalizing now. Batsmen who are in and have faced 20-odd deliveries, they are the best suited to explode and score runs at a tick from this point onwards. So a very tame dismissal for Saad Ali. So Saad Ali out for 19 of 21. Caught Gajanan Singh, bowled Shubham Ranjane. 3 fours and a decent strike rate of 90, but he needed to take that strike rate up from that point onward. So his dismissal is going to be huge in the context of this game. And there's no slip for Hamad Azam. And that's going to go for a 4. First ball, Hamad with positive intent. Must have been a clear message that we need to up the ante. And very first ball, he goes after Shubham Ranjane. It's not going to be easy to just come in and start scoring at a notch, as that ball was just angled across from Hamad Azam. Throws the kitchen sink. And if there was a slip in position, that could have been an easy reverse cup catch. And given that the Raiders are on top, wouldn't hurt to station a slip, especially for the new batsmen, because we are also using a new pitch. No games have been played on this pitch for this Houston Premier League. So the batsmen are not used to this wicket. They've scored loads of runs on the wicket adjacent to this. You're not seeing that pitch on your current camera shot. And that's nicely driven by Hamad, backward of point. Jesse Singh gives it a chase, and he's going to keep it down to... In fact, they're going to come back for 3. And it looks like the batsmen make it comfortably. Wasn't a very powerful throw from Jesse. On a couple of bounces, got to R.B. Kannatha. You see that point fielder diving in vain. And Jesse, the fact that he had to turn around and then throw it, Milind was always looking to come back for the third. Well in. And Owen Brown is experienced enough not to send this. Maybe a direct throw would have had him, but that's asking too much of Jesse from the boundary. Milind on 28 of 25. Width, and he nicely glides it to that fielder inside 30 yards. End of the over. After 9, the Kingsmen are 65 for 3. The 10th over in this innings coming up. Not the greatest of over rates. We're going slightly slow, but that may be accounted to the fact that 3 wickets have fallen. Close to an hour of play, just about 7 minutes shy of an hour so far. Nitish is gonna continue. In fact, Zia Mohammad Shehzad is the new bowler. He's gonna come in. He's replacing Nitish from the Highway 290 end. Leg spin. And this time Milind Kumar goes straight down the ground. He's gonna like the look of the wrist spin. Nicely tossed up delivery to Milind, who's a good player of spin. And executes that uppish drive to perfection and bisects the gap between long off and long on to perfection. So welcome boundary for Milind Kumar. He moves on to 33. The next ball coming up. Again, nicely tossed up and sharp turn on that. Took Milind by surprise. Was headed for the stump, so he's lucky to get some bat on it. But it pitched way outside the leg stump. Umpire Owen Brown was never going to give that out, even if Milind didn't get any bat on that. Again, similar delivery, but not much turn on this. Milind happy to roll his wrist and get across for a single. Short fine leg is inside the circle. A very fine short third inside the circle, and a backward point, a deep point. Extra cover, long off. Vineet Sinha at deep square, the station for that sweep shot. And then we've got a deep cow corner and deep long on. So only one man on the leg side inside the circle is Najaf Shah. At short fine, that's where your fast bowlers have to be stationed. Full toss, nicely whipped by Hamad, and it's in the gap between Jesse and Nitish. They're going to come back for second. So good over so far, 7 off it. And this is driven, but the fielder on cover is going to make a diving stop, but fails to control that ball. It deflects off his diving right hand, sliding right hand, and goes to mid-off, where It's fielded. Just a single. Final delivery of the over coming up. A nice turn again. Opens the face of the bat. Gets it down to Shubham Ranjane. Or rather Sujit Gowda at short third. And they get through for a single. At the end of 10, the Kingsmen are making a slight recovery. 73 for 3. They're gonna have to get at least 80 runs, even more, if they have to have a chance in this game. It's a strong batting lineup that the Kingsmen possess. The likes of Gaurav Bajaj, Shubham Ranjane, Nitish Kumar, Sujit Gowda, Zia Shehzad, and young players like Arya Kannatha. That's a pretty strong team they possess. Gajanan Singh, how can you forget Gajanan Singh and Akarshit Gomel? A packed lineup that they possess. Yeah, if you're the Kingsmen, you have to look at a minimum of 80 runs in the final 10, if not 100. Looks like a good pitch to me. This is played inside out and it's going to that fielder. Puts in a diving effort. Extremely committed. It's Shubham Ranjane. Hamad Azam has been living dangerously ever since he's come in. Great effort. Very well done. You can take nothing away from that effort. Backward of length. He's going to have a shy at the stumps and a direct hit. And it remains to be seen. Umpire Brian Kane seems to think he's safely in. Wonderful effort from Nitish Kumar. He's one of the most dangerous All right, folks, we've got a first referral from umpire Brian Kane. On it, sir. So cancel him. How do I talk to him? So we're going to look at that replay. Direct hit. Keep rolling, keep rolling. And he's safely in. So no harm done, and that resulted in a couple of overthrows as well. You see a bit of recovery on that warm chart. The first few overs were super slow, but since then they've been steady. And in spite of the fall of the wicket, it hasn't been impacted. As we are looking at the forecast, there's some rain that's going to move in supposedly late in the afternoon, but we should be safe to see this game through to a conclusion, as this is beautifully played by Milind Kumar. Shortish delivery was rearing up outside the off stump. But Milind is so good with the horizontal bat shots, allows the ball to come in and almost plays it from behind the wickets, very late, opening the face of the bat. And he exactly knew that gap between third man and backward point was available and bisects it to perfection. So when we first came out, the rain wasn't forecast at 1 p.m., but it looks like the rain gods are going to let us continue because looks like the rain is moving to deeper in the evening. It's still very overcast. There's a thick cloud cover. The sun hasn't come out all morning. And it seems there are some serious thunderstorms moving into the greater Houston area. And once they make their way, they will continue all through the Saturday evening, heading into Sunday. Nothing out of the ordinary for Houston. We are used to fluctuating weathers. And this is beautifully played by Hamad Azam. Again, that fielder backward of point, Shubham Ranjane, is very quick off the blocks and keeps it down to just one. Yeah, so we're bringing you live weather updates. We're bringing you drone footage. We have got referrals. A lot of hard work has been done behind the scenes by the production crew and the addition of the prodigy Hassan this year. That's going to bring over number 11 to a close. A good over. Vineet Singh's 2 overs have yielded 22 runs. He's going at 11 and over, and that's what the Kingsmen need. At the end of 11, it's 87 for 3. Zia Shehzad is going to continue his second over. There's a stronger wind blowing now across the ground. Nicely played by Millen, but it's just going to be a single. Still very overcast, very dark. Fuller delivery. Hamad Azam meets it on the full, but chooses to only tamely knock it for a single. Mind you, when Hamad Azam wants to bring the long handle, there are not many better than him. Can dwarf those 65-meter boundaries if he wants. And this is nicely played by Millen. Waits on that delivery. The fielder at third man was inside the circle, puts a dive, took out the sting from that ball, but not enough to stop the boundary. Got up and gave it a chase. They've been very good in the field, have the Raiders been. Looks like a well-polished unit. All the fielders know their role. They're very, very tight in the 30-yard, trying to cut out the singles, doing the best they can. This is a dose of the most high-octane cricket you can ever come across. There's no doubt about that. And Millen to the pitch of the ball and nicely drives it. This should be an easy 2. Jesse Singh at long on. The throw comes in and Hamad was always going to make it. Even a direct hit wouldn't have bothered him, but that would be testified by the replay. So nice delivery to close the over. At the end of 12, it's 95 for 3. We're going to look at that radar, and you'll see right there, that's where we are located, that Highway 290 to the northwest side of Houston. And you'll see that roughly around that 1:30 p.m. or 2 p.m. mark, those clouds would start to knock in the greater Houston area going into the late evening. So decision to change the schedule very last minute. The final was supposed to be played on Sunday. Today should have been the semi-final day. A 10 a.m. semi-final in the morning and a 2:30 p.m. semi-final in the afternoon, followed by the final on Sunday. But such is the nature of the beast that we have to improvise on the fly. And when we looked at the forecast a week or so in advance and crammed the schedule within 2.5 days, it wasn't going to be easy on these players. The Kingsmen and the Raiders are now playing their 5th game within a span of about 60 hours or so. And it's a testament to the commitment and the professionalism of these teams, these franchises, these players, and everyone involved at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, and the folks behind the scenes who were able to do so many games within such a tight time span. And won't speak too soon, but all that planning and meticulous execution behind the scenes is paying rich dividends as we are into the 13th over of this Grand Championship final. Just gotta keep doing the rain dance to keep the rain gods at bay. Shubham is gonna continue. Nitish is tight on that 30 yards. Wouldn't allow them to just bunt and run. "47 legal deliveries left in the innings." And he comes down the track, and this one is sailing, but it's going to be straight to Zia Mohammad Shehzad. He wasn't up to the pitch of the ball, was Hamad Azam. It was a shortish delivery. He gave it the charge. Wasn't going to be on top of the bounce, so he had to place it cross-batted. And when you're playing it cross-batted down the ground, it's very difficult to get the distance. Didn't properly middle it. Got too much height on it. And Zia Mohammad Shehzad did so well because he ran in at first and then decided he needed to backtrack. And that he did to perfection as he took that catch. And that's another major peg in the context of this game that the Raiders have knocked down. As you see that catch, Zia backtracking, but comfortable 5-odd yards inside the boundary. Very good catch. And a huge wicket. Hamad Azam was the batsman who could have done a lot of damage given there are so many balls left in this innings. But that's not going to be the case. Harmeet Singh is the new batsman, equally capable with the bat. And Harmeet is the most suited player when it comes to this part of the innings. Very good between the wickets, is going to run very fast and can also hit the long ball. "95 for 4. With so many balls remaining, when the likes of Ramiz Raja, Saad Ali, Hamad Azam, Arar Ali are back in the pavilion, there are going to be doubts creeping in the minds of the Kingsmen. The only trophy in franchise cricket, private franchise cricket that has evaded the Kingsmen franchise is Eastern Premier League. And they won't have a better shot than this. This is nicely pulled by Harmeet Singh. The very first delivery he faces is greeted by Shubham with a bouncer. Hamad Azam was in the middle for 20 odd minutes. A decent 19, was going at a good strike rate. So the Kingsmen needed for Hamad to carry on. Former Pakistan international is Hamad. Specialist white ball player. Big blow. This one is slight misfielded by Nitish. Was on a bad bounce, but luckily for him, the ball just popped up straight up in the air when it crashed into his shoulder. So it's going to be a dot ball. And this one is going to be down the leg side. Umpire Brian Kane is not going to let him off. White ball signaled. Looking at the Kingsmen dugout, it's pretty grim. The Raiders dugout is more chirpy. You see the likes of Ikra, Salman, Hamad Azam there, still ruining that shot he played. A very quiet over so far from Shubham. Just a couple of singles, and it's going to remain that way. Another single. At the end of 13, the Kingsmen are still 2 runs shy of 100. 98 for 4 is the score. Meet Sinha is bowling his third over. They're looking to come back for a second. The fielders were all the way back on the boundary. So that opens the opportunity for these two batters to gently knock the ball and come back for a second. Milind Kumar has got to his 50. The captain leading from the front. A man of crisis is Milind Kumar. I've seen him play these kind of innings over and over again. 100 in the championship final a few years ago, won the title for the Power Stars Gladiators. That delivery just beats the outside edge. The 100 is up with that couple. 40 deliveries remain in this innings. And this is again nicely played. This time the second won't be on, but Harmeet is coming back and pressure gets the best of the finest On that occasion, it was the pairing of Jesse Singh and Nitish Kumar, it seems, who are patrolling that boundary. And slight misfield allows them to come back for a second. They have to push now. If you're the Kingsmen, there's no second ways to do this. You have to go after the bowling. And this time it's hit rather straight at Jesse, so they'll only be able to go for a single. The Kingsmen are still not really trading punches. They're only looking to knock the ball around and get ones and twos. Unless there's really a boundary ball or a bad ball, they're still not looking to go after the bowlers. This time, Harmeet Singh does, and this one is hit straight down the ground. Mid-off was inside the circle. Jesse Singh was brought in. And Vineet Sinha doesn't seem to be happy with the skipper. He might be suggesting that he needs that man back on the fence. Wasn't really a half volley, but Harmeet Singh was able to throw his arms and get enough elevation on that ball to get it over that mid-off fielder. Nothing the bowler could have done. Was a decent delivery. And this one is down the leg side, and although it's a wide, Harmeet would feel he missed out because the fine leg is inside the 30 yards. But it's been a good over, 10 runs so far. 2.214 wide. They want to make this a big over. Maybe another boundary is what they need at this point. And this one is hit down the ground by Harmeet. It's long and handsome. Sails into the skyline as if it doesn't want to come down. Eventually it has to, and results in a 6. The first 6 of this innings. Umpire Sadiq Khoja can finally raise his arms. He's not part of this year's tournament, but these graphics that we captured exclusively for the Houston Premier League remain to remind us what a servant he has been of the local Houston cricket and the HPL over the years. Umpire Brian Kane from New York and Owen Brown, a stalwart locally here in Houston, have taken the duties of officiating this final. 14 overs gone, 114 for 4. We're gonna look at the progression of this innings. You'll see that it was a rather tame start with that wicket of Ramiz Raja and a very quiet power play. Najaf Shah gave 7 runs in the first over and then bowled a maiden in the third. But since then, they've done decently well through the middle overs while conserving the wickets. And now they had the biggest over in the innings with 16 of Vineet Sinha. You'll see that steep progression after that maiden over, the flat line at the score of 14, 13 in fact. And then it's been pretty steady going. Yeah, and that worm needs to keep crawling up if you are the Kingsmen. 160 may not be enough in spite of the overcast conditions. It's a good wicket. The ball is nicely coming onto the bat. I haven't seen any ball misbehave. The bounce is pretty consistent. And you're going to be defending against a very power-packed batting lineup. Gaurav Bajaj, Akarshit Gomel, Nitish Kumar, Shubham Ranjane, Gajanan Singh, Sujit Gowda, Jesse Singh, all the way down to Zia Shehzad, Arik Kannatha. All of them can handle themselves with the bat. You almost get a feeling the way this game is poised, unless the Kingsmen really explode, a par score of 170-ish is not going to be enough against that batting lineup. You will have to take a lot of wickets with the ball, because if the best of the best in that lineup, the top 4 or 5 batsmen, if they bat the majority of those 20 overs, they're going to chase down any total you put in front of them. Milind Kumar holds the key. And that's nicely played, and that's a good fielding effort by Jesse, diving across the turf and stopping what could have been a boundary, just a one. Zia has bowled 2 overs for 17. Harmeet is going to like the look of Zia, turning the ball into his pads. Zia, on the other hand, would look to stay out of the arc of Harmeet. The arc that's realistically between straight down the ground to where a commentary box is at deep cow corner. He'll look to draw Harmeet outside the off stump, maybe bowl a googly slightly wide outside the line of off and have him drag something just like that. And Harmeet sized him up, knew exactly what the bowler would try and do to the left-hander. So he did not drag him to the leg side. Umpire Brian Kane was confident that that last one didn't need a referral. So another single. Nitish Kumar, beautiful pick up and throw and come straight to Zia, but they were well in, and this is nicely pulled by Milind into the gap. The mid-wicket fielder is only going to watch that ball sail. 1 bounce, 4. Score moves along. Milind is looking ominous. He needs to make this big. 48 deliveries for his 60. Zia to Milind, and with the turn just nicely dabs it to short third, who's inside the 30 yards. That's going to bring Harmeet back on strike, and with that we'll start that same game of cat and mouse. Zia will try to draw Harmeet outside the off stump. He would refrain from bowling anything into the pads of Harmeet, because Harmeet is very strong, and especially with a leg spinner bowling into his arc, he would be willing to dispatch Zia to long on, deep mid-wicket. He's eyeing that spot. So won't be surprised if the line of attack is wide outside the off stump. Just like that, and that should be a wide, or maybe he gets an under edge. No signal from umpire Brian, so that was definitely some bat involved. That brings over number 15 to a conclusion, 124 for 4. As we look at this weather report again, You look at the radar, just around 2 p.m., the clouds are going to start moving in. Still got 2.5 hours. But this is Houston, the unpredictable H-town. It takes only a blink for the weather to defy all forecast and radars, and anything can happen. We have a reserve day tomorrow, but within the stipulated 3 hours, 10 minutes play time, plus that additional 30 minutes of grace, if we cannot get a result even by Duckworth Lewis, the game will resume tomorrow. But if we get to the 5-over mark in the second innings, then we are going to get a result, regardless of what happens from there, that point onwards. So we are still 10 overs away from that mark, 5 in this innings and 5 in the next one. Wonder what the delay is. Looks like Gajanan Singh is coming on to bowl. The umpires might want to get a grip on this situation. It's been a 3 to 4 minute break. Gajanan Singh from the US men's national team ranks, part of the Raiders, is now gonna roll his arm and bowl his off spin. Well, he's gonna be bowling to Hermeet from around the wicket. Here comes Gajanan to Hermeet. Widest delivery outside the off stump, nicely crashed down the ground, and it goes just for a single. That's going to bring Millen on strike, and interestingly so, just like Nitish did to Millen, even Gajanan is going to bowl from around the wicket. So they've definitely identified something with Millen, that the off-spinners are choosing to go around the wicket to him, and this is hit nicely down the ground. Was a shortish delivery, lot of time for Millen to pounce on it. And the way he's batting and the form he's in, he's not going to miss out. Millen moves along to 65. Is this the big over that's going to break the shackles? Nicely played off his pads. The call is for 2. Nitish Kumar is coming in. Single-handed pick up and throw. The throw comes in and Millen dives. What an effort by R.J. Kannatha. He didn't collect the ball, and he didn't want to collect the ball. He was deflecting it to the stumps. Yes, sir. Looking into the replay. We're going to try and get the side angle. Going to the other end. And a desperate dive. The bails haven't come off yet. The bat seems to be grounded. Can we roll it back just a second? Maybe a frame or two. I want to make sure the bat is not in the air. He's clearly in. The bails are still not off, and the curvature of the bat makes very, very hard to tell from this. The bails come off at that point. Do you have a front-on angle? It's touch and go. It's very tight. What was your soft signal? Yeah, slow it down, slow it down. He's definitely in. Now the bat comes up just a little bit. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. The bails are not yet off. Got it, sir. We don't have enough evidence to say that it's in the air, but going by the initial replay, he definitely was inside, so we'll stay with the on-field decision.
While he's on his way in, then he is safe. Even if it subsequently pops up in the air, he is still in.
Understood, sir. So you heard from the umpire that Millen had made the crease initially and then the bat later pops up, and we still weren't sure at the point when the bails come off whether the bat was completely up in the air, but the umpires clarified the rule that he had initially gotten, and then if the bat pops up, it still is not out. And owing to which Millen lives to fight another day. I want to say one thing. I don't like being in this situation. Have to appreciate the technology. Have to appreciate the technology. But this is a difficult job. It was one of the closest decisions you could ever see. And it's been signaled a free hit by umpire Owen Brown. The free hit delivery was dispatched by Millen to deep mid wicket. Goes in the air. And even if he held on to that catch, there is no harm done. Driven by Hermeet, and they're going to come back for a second. Jesse Singh is back in the attack. 4 overs to go in this innings. Milind is batting on 70 and he hits this down the ground. Couple of bounces to that fielder at long off. A single. That's going to put Harmeet Singh back on strike. Harmeet Singh is going to face up to Jesse Singh. This is a mouth-watering contest. Jesse has got 2 overs, so he's going to be bowling over number 17 and 19. Najaf Shah has 1 over left, so he might be bowling the next over or maybe the 20th over. They need to find one more over. Shubham Ranjane may be the likely candidate to bowl that over. Oh, a wild swing and a slight miss by R.A. Kannatha. And Milind was very aware and they run through for a single. And that's nicely played, and third man is inside the circle. Milind exactly knows what he's doing, got some wit, and glides at using the pace of Jesse. A much welcome boundary. 21 deliveries remaining in this innings. Can they get at least 40 to 45 runs in those 21 deliveries? They'll need these two to face majority of those balls, if not all of them. Nicely driven by Milind. It's in the gap again. He goes straight down the ground. Jesse Singh is being taken to the cleaners by Milind. 1 bounce, 4. Not the first time Milind Kumar is playing a blinder in a Houston Premier League final. Back in 2018, going up against the UMMC Knight Riders, Milind was part of the Gladiators. The same year when he was part of the Royal Challengers Bangalore setup in the IPL. And he scored a final. He scored 100 in that championship final to chase down a big total of 170 odd on the wicket. That wasn't very conducive to batting. And remained unbeaten to take his team home. A man for the big occasions, a man of crisis is Milind Kumar. And this time again, he goes inside out, but there is that third man fielder that's been stationed there. And he tries to come back for a second, and this time umpire Owen Brown calls it a run out. The second wasn't on. That is a huge wicket. They could not have afforded to lose Milind Kumar to a run out. He was looking good. If he batted through this innings, he could have scored 100 while ensuring that their team gets to a big total. He was long gone. He wasn't even in the frame.
The overlay penalty is in effect, and we're going to bring one more inside the circle. It'll be 4 outside after this over.
As we look at that replay, Milind is going to look to come back for a second. Let's speed up a little bit. And we're going to switch to the side-on angle now. Good take. That's the previous replay. We'll come back to this one, but you heard what the umpires just told us. Because of the slow over rate, by the Raiders. At this point in time, the innings should have wrapped up. So after 17 overs, they're going to get a penalty. The final 3 overs, they can only afford to have 4 men on the boundary, not 5. The new batsman is Mohammad Hassan Khan, who's more than capable of yielding the long handle. We're going to look at this replay again. The run out of Milind Kumar was a little slow out of the blocks as he was playing that shot. And when he comes in, it's a very good take by Arya, and Milind is long gone. He is barely in the frame. Owen Brown was in a very good position, didn't even need to refer it back to us. Final ball of the 17th over. Hassan Khan on strike, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Good line and length. It's not going to be easy for the new batsman to come and start hitting the ball right away. 17 overs done, 48 for 5. So it looks like Shubham Ranjane has come on to bowl over number 18. Now, starting this over, only 4 fielders can be outside the 30 yards because of the penalty that's been applied by the umpires. Raiders have been very slow with their over rate. Umpire Owen Brown is trying to get a move on to things here. Now finally they're bringing that fielder in. Shubham Ranjane to Harmeet Singh. And this is hit down the ground. And they're going to come back for a second. 150 is up for the Kingsmen. Apologies for a little obstruction in that other camera. They're trying to put some protective equipment to protect those cameras from the drizzle that's just recently started. Outside the off stump, Harmeet was looking to glide it to third man. The vacant region, third man and pointer inside the circle. Rith Hinge is fielding at point inside the 30 yards. This is nicely played by Harmeet, and they're going to come back for a couple of runs. the Raiders need to pull up their socks and finish this inning strong. And this is going to be wide, way wide outside the off stump. But umpire Owen Brown reckons that it's within the markers. So a dot ball. And again, that similar delivery. This is great bowling by Shubham. He's got a clear plan of what he's trying to do, just bowling it within those tram lines on the off stump. Hermeet is looking to go too hard. Crucial dot balls. Still 13 deliveries left in this innings. And this one is a full toss, and Hermeet goes long and handsome, and Jesse Singh can only watch it sail. A huge six, much needed boundary for the Kingsmen. It was a very good over from Shubham until that point, but that six is going to tilt this back in favor of the Kingsmen. 158 and 18 is quite respectable. Can they get another 30 runs in the last two? Can they get to just about 190? Hassan Khan and Hermeet Singh are more than capable of clearing the boundary. Last 12 deliveries to come in this big final. In this innings, for that matter. Can they send half of those balls to the boundary? It's not going to be easy because Jesse Singh is going to be bowling this over. And it's likely going to be Najaf Shah to bowl the last one. But Shubham Ranjane has looked good in that previous over he bowled, barring that full toss. He has bowled out 2 for 30. And I don't see any of the spinners bowling that final over. So it's got to be Najaf Shah and Jesse Singh to close this innings. Jesse. Three overs for 23. Coming into bowl to Hassan Khan. And this is sliced. That fielder is inside the 30 yards. Nitish Kumar is giving it a chase. He's going to pull in a desperate dive and does very well to keep it down to 2. 160 is the score. In fact, they ran 3 on that occasion, so Jesse Singh will have to get his bearings right. Wasn't a bad ball, was just a little bit outside the off stump. So got a big thickish edge. Jesse Singh to Hermeet Singh. And this is hit down the ground, slightly upish. Long off and long on are both converging, but not before they get through for 2. 163 now for 5, the Kingsmen. What a final this is shaping out to be. One thing that's going to play in the favor of the Raiders is the fact that they'll have the Duckworth-Lewis equation in front of them. They'll know exactly where they need to be from that 5 over mark and onwards in that chasing innings of theirs. Makes things so much easier to plan. Jesse Singh steaming in. Shortish delivery. Doesn't get hold of it. They're looking to come back for a second, but Shubham was so quick. 1. Hassan Khan on strike, representing that Kingsman emblem on his helmet and the crest on his chest. This is dismissed from its presence. That's a big, huge 6. Throwing the arms at that delivery, Jesse Singh won't be happy with the length. That shuffle that brings him in line with the delivery gets outside the line of off stump to open up access to that mid-wicket, mid-on boundary. A proper golf swing from Hassan. Well balanced. Meeting the ball with the meat of his bat and dispatching it the distance. Gajanan Singh is having to go and do the recovery. Jesse Singh has been expensive, 35 of 3.4 overs. Needs to finish this inning strong. Last 2 deliveries of this over and then 6 from Najaf Shah. 8 balls to go. Can the Kingsmen get at least a 20, 25 in those 8 balls? Jesse again to Hassan. That's going to be called a wide. Although Hassan is moving to the off stump, but Brian Kane reckons that the ball was way outside the tram line to compensate for the movement of the batsman, so that's way beyond his reach, and rightly so. It was very wide. The problem for Jesse is that if Hassan steps outside the line of the off stump, he cannot second bluff him and look to knock his leg pole out, because fine leg and square leg are both inside the circle. So if Hassan manages to get any bat on it, that's a definite boundary. So he has to stick to this line he's bowling. Neither can he go short. If he goes short, Hassan can pull him again in that vacant region. That slow over rate is hurting the Raiders. And this one is again hit down the ground, but this is going to be an easy take for long off. And that brings the dismissal of Hassan Khan. He was somebody who could throw the punches, he can hit the big shots, but now he has departed. And that's going to bring Waqas Salim. As you see, Hassan steps out. And Siddesh and his young daughter have just come out into the dugout. They, courtesy of Iced and Frosted, they've brought some custom cakes, which all of us get to enjoy. Ice and Frosted has been a long affiliate of the Houston Premier League over the years. In fact, since its inception, they've always been here. You just saw that. Right in front of me on my table. I've been resisting the temptation. Now the new batsman is Waqas Salim. 1 more ball to go in this over. 171 is the total. 7 more balls in the innings. Hassan Khan was dismissed for... And this is crashed. Wide of cover. Zia Shehzad is coming in and he gives a desperate dive. What an effort, Zia Shehzad. What commitment. Wow. Right in front of us, he was galloping and roaring like a lion as he was chasing this ball. Look at the facial expressions on Zia Shehzad as he's going to cut into the frame. Look at that dive. Goodness me. There's so much on the line that really shows you the level of commitment and how much either of these teams want this title. And of course, credit where due. Credit goes to not just Hassan for that wonderful camera work, but also to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for providing the kind of outfields where these fielders can slide and not be worried about injuries. There have been so many frames and pictures you would see where a player slides in. So final over of the innings coming up, and it's going to be Najaf Shah bowling.
So 174 for 6. What do you think, Munir, will be a great target?
At least 15 runs of the final over. The pitch has played pretty good. I haven't seen any demons in the wicket. It's a true wicket. And this is hit in the air, and it's going to be a tame dismissal for Waqas Salim. Not much pace on the delivery. You have to be an experienced pro like Najaf Shah to have the confidence with your fine leg and square leg inside the circle to bowl a short delivery. But he's so tall that ball is going to climb up on somebody like Waqas. So the pull shot is not easy, and that brings about his dismissal. 5 deliveries left in the innings now. 174 for 7. You look at this replay.
And that's right there. Excellent ball. And easy pickings. What a great spell from Najaf Shah. Used the overcast condition to his advantages and really gave an extraordinary start to Raiders. But Milind Kumar coming in the middle, and he's really stabilizing the entire Kingsmen ship. That would be a great total to have it for the final. Anything above 170, 180 is not a bad score to have for the final.
Looks like the new batsman is Ziaul Haq. We're officially in the tail. So it's going to be battle of the left-arm quicks. New ball bowlers from either side. Najaf Shah is going to bowl to Ziaul Haq. The Kingsmen, they did a lot of hard work through the middle overs. Milind Kumar, Hamad Azam, Saad Ali, Harmeet Singh. And they got to the situation where they could explode in the final few overs, but they've lost wickets, and it's been almost a one-way traffic, barring a couple of boundaries here and there in the last 4 or 5 overs. So Kingsmen haven't exploded the way they would have planned to.
So as we play this final, both captains do have a complete eye on the weather which is about to follow us. So we are hoping that we can complete this entire game. But do you think that Douglas Lewis probably will get into the play here today?
My guess is as good as yours. But a nice Yorker driven down the ground. They'll have to come back for second, even if that's at the cost of Ziaul Haq getting run out. He makes it. Harmeet needs to get the strike in these final 3 deliveries. Whether the Duckworth Lewis comes into play and influence the outcome of this game remains to be seen, but the Raiders would have the benefit of having that equation in front of them when they come out to chase.
That's true.
Beyond the 5-over mark, we can get a result. If a rain interruption comes in and stops this game, you will have that Duckworth-Lewis equation in front of your eyes, which, Hassan, I think we can try and pull up on the screen during the second innings. We'll work on that during the innings break. 3 deliveries left in this innings. Najaf Shah to Harmeet Singh. Hit down the ground, and that's going to go for a 4. Full toss. You were looking for the Yorker, Najaf Shah, and when you even slightly miss, Harmeet Singh is so strong when he's using his forearms down the ground and into that arc, which he prefers on the leg side. And a much welcome boundary. The score has breached 180 now, 181 for 7.
What
Two more
excellent-
balls.
What excellent cameo from Harmeet Singh. Talk about batting in T20 and look at him. 19 balls just fade and 35. Excellent batting performance so far from his side.
Najaf Shah, can you get your bearings right? Get that Yorker to perfection. This is hit in the air. Long off is coming around. One bounce and they'll again come back for a second. Zia Ul Haq, in fact, is getting a good warm-up before he comes out to bowl.
I think he just came out to that run doubles. That's why Harmeet was really frustrated at him that he took first single little slow and he was almost about to get a run out. He was really frustrated. So
Every run is going to count. Can he dispatch this last ball to the boundary? Can he hit a 6 or a 4? Najaf Shah, 25 for 3. Final delivery of the innings, and he hits it down the ground. This is going to travel the distance. Long on can just watch it sail over his head. Harmeet Singh, what a finish. 41 of 21, 43 of 21. Harmeet Singh take a bow.
look at that shot. Excellent shot. Came down and picked it up and gone even outside the fence. 6 runs.
Let's pull up the radar and see how we are looking, because we have to keep an eye on the forecast. The time now is 12:13 p.m. It's going to be a very short interruption, very short break for the innings to switch over, given that we are behind time. This innings has taken 2 hours, which is very slow in the context of T20 cricket. So looking at the radar, we are still looking at about 3 p.m. or maybe 2:45-ish for those clouds or that belt of rain to hit us here
This is
in
where
Prairie View.
So we are around where this marker says 219. That's where we are in that area. And as you guys can see, it's 12 p.m. right now. Around 1 p.m. we have at least an hour. We can close at least 10 hours.
Got a couple of hours. I think unless there is a temporary belt that brings down rain,
Yep.
which would be enough to take the players off and even moist the surface where the umpires cannot bring us back on pretty quickly, we should be fine to continue.
So
That's
2
the
p.m.
news from the middle folks. The target that's been set for Raiders Unlimited to clinch the Houston Premier League 2024 is 190. Mind you, both these teams are chasing that first elusive title at the Houston Premier League. We're going to take a short break and be back in about 5 minutes or so with the chase. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Absolutely stunning, serene, scenic. The venue for this Houston Premier League 2024 final. Coming live from PV5, the two batters, Gaurav Bajaj and Akarshit Gomel, have come out in the middle, and it's Ziaul Haq who's going to be bowling this very first over. Umpire Brian Kane is officiating from the forest end. Umpire Owen Brown, the leg umpire. The target for the Raiders Unlimited to win the coveted Houston Premier League 2024 is 190 runs in 20 overs. The very first ball, and it just takes off of a good length. Arjun Mahesh was in no man's land. Had no idea where that ball was going. He's been under the pump, the young man, trying to keep wickets against the likes of Zia Shehzad, Hamad Azam, and so many more. And the inning starts with a lucky boundary, 4 byes straight up. So the first over almost concluded. 9 for no loss. Gaurav Bajaj. No runs have been scored off the bat. 9 extras. And that's another good delivery, and Arjun Mahesh does well diving at that one. Maybe he's too far back. The ball bounces in front of him. So no runs off the bat, but 9 runs still. Ahmad Azam with the new ball, bowling the second over. That's nicely driven down the ground by Akarshit Gomel. And they're going to come back for 2. Akarshit Gomel is a very explosive batsman. Played for the Dallas Exforia Giants in the minor league. And that's a better line in length from Ahmad Azam. Asking those questions. 4th stump line outside the off stump. Ahmad Azam to Akarshit. Slight width on that occasion, and he nicely gets on top of it, opens the face of the bat and gets it to third man for a single. So those are the first runs of the bat. In fact, they got a couple on the previous delivery. So the Raiders are well and truly on their way. And this is whipped off his pads. Fielder is going to come across and keep it down to a couple of runs. He's at square leg, so he's had some work to do. Good effort in the end. Again, nice line in length, just back of length. Top of that off stump. That's what the Kingsmen will have to do. It's not a huge total that they are defending. 190 may seem a big total, but it's a very good batting wicket. Fast outfield. Not the biggest boundaries. We saw totals in the range of 200 plus being chased. So the Kingsmen will have to maintain a tight line and length. Every run defended is going to make a big difference. And this time, Gaurav Bajaj looks to come down the track, gets a thickish inside edge, and luckily for him, it goes straight in the gap. So they hit the ground running with the boundary now. 18, the first over went for 9, and so did this one. So they're keeping up with the required rate. At the end of 2, it's 18 for no loss. The third over commences with Ziaul Haq again bowling from the forest end. Driven down the ground, and that's a good stop by the fielder there. He has a shy at the stumps and a direct hit. Akarshit Gomel might have been gone. Wasn't really grounding his bat. Very casual in the way he was running. Gets in eventually, he was safe. And Gaurav Bajaj was looking to pull that. That's a nice and tight line and length from Ziaul Haq. And wrapped on the thighs. Gaurav Bajaj hasn't looked comfortable in a short stay at the crease so far. Has been hopping around, hasn't middled much. Is being beaten. And one thing that's happened in the process is Ramiz Raja has taken up the wicket-keeping duties over from Arjun Mahesh. Ramiz is also a very well-accomplished wicket-keeper. It's a good learning for Arjun Mahesh to keep at this level, and he's going to come back strong and work on his skill. And that's well fielded by, it seemed that was Saad Ali at short fine, and that brings over number 3 to a close after 3. Raiders are 19 for no loss. Singh has come on to bowl over number 4. His 4 overs are going to be so crucial if the Kingsmen are to win this game. He's not just economical, but he's also a threat with his left arm orthodox. He can pick up wickets, and wickets is exactly what the Kingsmen are going to need to restrict the Raiders, and this is slashed inside out, in fact towards mid-wicket. Big gap on that side of the field. Midon is inside the circle, so he finds that gap to perfection and gets a much needed boundary. The score ticks along to 24. In control on that occasion was Gaurav Bajaj. Gets a thick leading edge. Luckily, it doesn't carry to short point, backward point. What a ball from Harmeet. Pitches and turns away. Gaurav Bajaj was opened up. Ten of 16 for Gaurav. He's looking a little scratchy. Trying to gauge the pace of this wicket. And he goes inside out, and that's handsomely driven by Gaurav. What a good reply. 2 boundaries in this over, 9 runs so far. On the ground, long off is coming across, but won't be able to get to it. Big boundary, 3/4 of Harmeet's first over. That's gonna send some shock waves in the Kingsmen dugout. At the end of 4, 32 for no loss. Slightly over pitch delivery, and Gaurav Bajaj was well in control as he drove that uppishly down the ground. So 4 overs, 32 for no loss. It seems Hamad Azam is going to continue bowling his 3rd over from the Highway 290 end. Well bowled by Hamad. Nice tight line and length. And this is hit down the ground, and that's going to go the distance, it seems. Comfortably clears the boundary. First 6 of the innings. The pressure is back on the Kingsmen. The runs are starting to flow now. That is what they're fighting for. The Houston Premier League 2024 title. One of these two teams will have their hands on the one on the right, and the other one would have to be content with the one on the left. Not far now, in an hour or so, we'll know which way this game is going to turn. And this is again hit down the ground. Akarshit Gomel has developed a liking for Hamad Azam. Maybe he's being bowled one too many overs now. He had bowled a spell of 2 overs and was very economical. 9 of his first 2 and now 12 of just these 3 deliveries. He needs to come up with a different strategy. Maybe drop the long on back on the boundary if he's looking to pitch it up, or bowl that kind of a length just slightly back so that Akarshit can't go down the ground that easily. Yeah, Hamad had good figures before the commencement of this over, but now he's been taken for runs. And this one is going to be a wide down the leg side. Umpire Brian Kane is not going to let him off. Little bit of width, and this is handsomely driven. A diving effort by Arjun Mahesh, who's now fielding at point. Just a single. And that's beautifully played by Gaurav Bajaj. Improvisation of the highest order. This is starting to be an expensive over. 46 is the score now. 3 boundaries. In fact, 2 sixes and a boundary in this over. Hassan Khan, the second spinner in this lineup, is now coming on. Another left arm orthodox spinner. We're going to quickly look at that Duckworth-Lewis equation. The par score at the end of 5 overs was 37, whereas the Kingsmen are sailing. In fact, the Raiders are sailing at 50, so they're 13 runs ahead of the par score. If a wicket falls, then the equation is going to flip on its head. But for now, the Raiders are looking like the likely champion in case of a rain interruption. And since 5 overs are done, we will have a result here. Whether it's full 20 overs or a rain interruption. This one is hit down the ground. The fielder is backtracking. Can he take this catch? He was a little slow off the blocks, was Arir Ali. Gave it a desperate dive in the end, but the ball didn't even touch his fingertips. So 2 more to the total. Akarshit moves on to 20 of 13. Gaurav Bajaj on 22. Again, nicely played. This is getting too easy now for the Raiders. The Kingsmen need some kind of an inspiration, something to go their way. A wicket. A stunning piece of fielding, like the opportunity they got on the previous occasion. Someone would have to pull something out of the extraordinary to bring Kingsmen back in this game. This is looking too easy for them at the moment. And there are so many batsmen waiting in the dugout, the likes of Shubham Ranjane, Nitish Kumar, Gajanan Singh, Sujit Gowda. And this is nicely hit, but it goes straight to the fielder at point, so a dot ball. 6 of the over so far. And he goes again, and this time the catch is spilled. That's the opportunity you needed, the Kingsman. Hit straight into the lap of the fielder there. It should have been taken. You cannot drop those kind of catches in a final like this. My goodness, straight in his lap. You gotta take those in your sleep. They need wickets. They'll have to keep their cool if the Kingsmen want to come back in this game. 6 overs, 56, 134 required of 84 with 10 wickets in hand. 7 out of 10 times you're going to give this to the batting side. A couple of wickets in quick succession can change the rub of green. Harmeet Singh is going to continue. Change of ends for him. Better comeback by Harmeet. They're not looking to go for a single, so a dot ball to start over number 7. The power play is now done. The power score at the end of 6 overs was 44. And they are at 56, so still well ahead of the power score. That's nicely played, but backward point. Hassan Khan does well to keep it down to a dot. That one's driven down the ground. Only a single. So a good over so far from Harmeet after being taken for a few runs in his first over. And this is hit inside out, and that's beautifully fielded by Waqas, and they keep it down to 2. And hit down the ground. right in the gap, but it's only going to be a single. The fielders were pretty quick off the blocks. And this is in the gap, and that's going to run for a 4. It was a good over so far, but ends with a boundary. 21 have come off the 2 overs of Harmeet Singh. You can see team manager Salman looking pretty grim. They need wickets, the Kingsmen. 64 after 7. Coach Amir Siddiqui in the distance. The Raiders camp looks pretty relaxed. Polar opposite scene in the Kingsmen camp. This one is hit long and handsome. It's going to crash into the side screen on one bounce. But that bounce was outside the boundary ropes. Goes for another 6. Akarshit Gomel moves on to 33. And that's a better delivery from Hassan Khan. Slight drift in the air. Pitches and turns and results in just a dot ball. Beaten outside the off stump was Akarshit Gomel. And that's resulted in a wicket. A big wicket. Akarshit Gomel is gone, holds out in the deep. And with that, the Kingsmen, that's exactly what they were looking for. They were looking for some kind of inspiration. Look at this replay again. Was slightly short, and that invitation on the back foot to pull it over deep cow corner was there, but the ball climbed on Akarshit just a little too much. Didn't get the meat of the bat and holds out to that fielder at deep mid wicket. So it looks like Nitish Kumar is going to be the new batsman. Former Canada international, recently made his debut for the US men's national team. Has the distinction of one of the very few men on the planet to have represented 2 international setups, and has been playing a lot of franchise T20 cricket across the US. Has played for the Kingsmen in previous years of the Houston Premier League, but finds himself with the Raiders this year. And he's going to be a vital cog in this batting lineup. Just the kind of player you need in the middle. Has the power game, but is technically very sound. Can rotate the strike, keep up with the required run rate. He's going to be facing up to Hassan Khan. And he's right off the blocks. It's going to be a single. Josefa was pretty quick to come around from fine leg and keep it down to 1. So score moves along to 71. 119 required of 74. A required rate of 9.6. And that's beautifully played by Gaurav to the pitch of the ball. Opens the face. Risty finds that gap between point and cover. And some turn on that ball, but Nitish also, like I said, is so good picking the gaps and will keep nudging it while the required run rate is still under check, under 10 runs and over. At the end of 8, it's 73 for 1. Par score at the end of 8 overs is 64 for the loss of 1 wicket, and the Raiders are 9 runs ahead of par at 73. Josefa Ahmed is a new bowler coming into the attack. He's going to be bowling from the forest end, and facing up would be Nitish Kumar. Start, and if there's a single-handed pickup and throw, and that's a misfield. The fielder backing up and log on just misses the ball, so it results in 5 runs. When Kingsmen look at this match during the drinks break at halfway mark, in hindsight, they would feel they haven't deserved to win in spite of the hard work done by Milind Kumar and the others. In the field, they have been sloppy, byes given, catches dropped. So a direct hit, Nitish was gone for all money, but what shouldn't have been a run and a wicket has resulted in 5. Better ball from Josefa. Nicely driven by Nitish. Results in a single. In fact, that was Gaurav, so now Nitish. My bad, that was Nitish, so that puts Gaurav back on strike. Pull for a single. whipped off his hips. Again, a single. That's still easy going for the Raiders. They've done pretty well in this chase so far. Looking comfortable. That's a big appeal. Umpire Brian Kane reckons that was missing the leg stump. Yeah, definitely going down. Nothing to it. Milan Kumar in the attack. The skipper bringing himself on. And that's beautifully played into the grab. That's going to run away for a boundary. 5 of the first 2 deliveries in this over. They're still well ahead of the par score. 11 runs ahead now. And again in the gap, that's going to run away for a boundary as well. These two teams met in the group stage as well, where the Raiders came out tops. Can they go 2-0 up? Nicely driven down the ground for a single. Single again. They're looking pretty steady. Nicely driven down the ground. Nicely driven into the gap. Mid wicket comes across and keeps it down to just 1 run. Hassan to Gaurav Bajaj, takes a thick outside edge and luckily just falls in no man land, so that's a single. Lot of room and long off is coming in. Milind Kumar puts in the dive. He needed to hold on to it. That could have been a crucial catch. Tried the best he could, but couldn't hold on to it, did Milind. Better line and length, tight, angling into the stumps. And this is uppish, leading edge, but no harm done. They're going to get through for a single. Everything is going the Raiders' way right now. Hassan to Gaurav. A lot of room on that one. Milind has to come across. Should be an easy 2. And off over number 11, the Raiders are cruising at 102 for 1. They're still looking good. The radar is reflecting that we should have another couple of hours of safe play without any rain interruption. And we know for a fact that we will have a result in this game regardless of whether the rain comes down anytime soon or not, because we are way past that 5 over mark in the second innings. So we would be crowning a champion for Houston Premier League 2024 right here, right in front of your eyes on this live stream that you're watching. Josefa continues from the forest end, in fact the highway end this time. Nicely driven down the ground for a single. Akarshit is the only batsman that's been dismissed so far. Gaurav Bajaj on 36 and Nitish Kumar has come out all guns blazing. He's going at a pace of 170-ish strike rate, 23 of 13 for him. Another single. It's been a very well-paced chase so far by the Raiders. They've kept their calm. They've rotated the strike. They've put away the bad balls, and they've also been supported by a little sloppy fielding, some overthrows, some extras. Nicely worked off his pads. Gonna be an easy couple of runs. Waqas Salim comes in, and there's a misfield too. Couldn't pick it up cleanly and throw it single-handedly. Zefa has kept it tight. He can be wavered at times, but today he's bowled a nice tight line in length, wicket to wicket, and that's exactly what he needs to do in these middle overs. Better delivery, but they're so quick between the wickets. They know exactly where the fielders are. So just dropping and running. There hasn't been a serious bout of rain all morning. Maybe a couple of passing drizzles, but not enough to take the players off. And this is beautifully driven. Waqas Salim is giving it a chase. He was about 5 paces inside the boundary, so he needed to run diagonally to cut it off. But he fails to do that. So the score is Nelson 1-1-1. Almost closing in on the 12th over now. Can't afford to bowl it short Josefa when fine leg is inside the circle. And this is beautifully played. Backward point is coming across, but he fails to stop it. 4 more. Gaurav Bajaj moves on to 45. Was the man of the match in the semi-final yesterday against the Power Stars, so the skipper has led them from the front. Couple of really good knocks in the semi-final and now the final. He's not new to the Houston Premier League as Gaurav Bajaj. Has lifted the championship trophy in the past with the Gladiators, partnership of 45, and they lost the wicket of Akarshit Gomel. The Kingsmen needed a couple of quick wickets to get back in this game, but as you can see, in spite of that wicket, the red dot you see around that 67, 80 run mark at the 8 over mark, the run rate has kept going up and it's been pretty steady. You'll see they've matched them like for like, if not better. There was that big over of Harmeet. In fact, Hamad Azam, which was the 5th over of the innings. And even the spinners haven't been able to make any kind of inroads. Such has been the clinical batting performance by the Raiders. Again, nicely played for a single. And this time Gaurav looks to come down the wicket. There was no need for that. The umpire signals a white ball, but the Kingsmen wouldn't care. It was a nicely tossed up delivery, lot of flight, and Gaurav was drawn in to come down the track, took the invitation, but failed to read the revs on the ball. That one was always going to turn away. Tried to reach it, but couldn't get any bat on it. And reminded you that Ramiz Raja had come and taken over the wicket-keeping duties, and he is a fox behind the stumps. He was ready to go. The moment he saw Gaurav Bajaj step down the track, he knew what was going on and whips the bails. He does in a flash. So 73 required of 47, still pretty easy. 9.3 and over. You've got the likes of Gajanan Singh walking in now to join Nitish Kumar. Two USA men's representations right there in the middle in the recently concluded T20 series against Canada. And gets on the front foot and just gets off the mark pretty easily. Hassan Khan with 2 wickets. And turn on that one, but Nitish watches it onto his bat pretty comfortably all the way through. So another single. The score moves along to 119 now. 12 and a half overs done. 45 deliveries remain in this innings. 71 is the equation. 71 runs separate the Raiders and the Houston Premier League title. Again, nicely played off his pads. There's only going to be a single. Youngster Arjun Mahesh. And this is a thick outside edge, and Arjun does well to come around and just keep it down to a single. Nicely played by Gajanan. He whipped off his pads for a single. Nitish Kumar is just looking ominous since he's come into the crease. He has taken the bull by its horns and has put away the bad balls and also rotated the strike. He's not the kind of batsman who's easy to bog down at the crease. Doesn't face many dot balls, is always looking to work the gaps and is a busy player at the crease. That's nicely played, another single. And he was looking to work it off his pads, but was a little early, so was rushed by the zip on that delivery. Inside edge onto the thigh pad and the dot ball. 67 of 39 now. The required rate is, for the first time, more than 10 runs and over, 10.31 to be precise. And with that single, it's keep gonna nudging up, 10.42 now. And that's a big appeal, and umpire Owen Brown reckons there's a bottom edge. That's a huge, huge wicket. Gajanan Singh has been dismissed by Milind Kumar. Goodness, is there a twist in the tail? We're gonna look at that replay. Not a lot of turn, but a little steep bounce, and Gajanan was in no man's land to play that shot. It's very awkward shape that he gets himself into, because he's always dragging it, and that ball with the zip and the bounce was always going to challenge that top edge or the outside edge of his bat. Even if he made any decent connection, it might have gone straight up in the air. And Ramiz Raja, the old fox who took over wicket-keeping duties, is making a difference behind the stumps. Not an easy catch, but Ramiz does ever so well to complete that catch. So this game is turning on its head again. 124 for 3 now. The Kingsmen have crawled their way back by the virtue of a couple of wickets. Shubham Ranjan is the new batsman who has come out to replace Gajanan Singh. Shubham has lately played for the Lone Star Athletics, if I'm correct, in the minor league setup, and has also gone on to represent the Seattle Orcas in the inaugural season of the Major League. Also happens to be good buddies with a batsman by the name of Surya Kumar Yadav, Shubham Ranjane. It's getting pretty tight now. The par score at this stage should have been 121. 122 to be ahead, and the Raiders are 125, so they are sitting pretty still. but it's getting pretty tight. It's getting pretty tense in the middle. Hamad Azam is back in the attack to bowl his third over. Nitish Kumar on strike. A wideish delivery. Nitish tries to go a little too hard and loses his timing. Hamad and Nitish almost had a mid-pitch collision. They can chuckle about it. But it's getting super tense. 34 deliveries, 63 required. The required rate is now 11.12. It's going up. And somebody on behalf of the Raiders will have to take the onus to get the scoring up a notch. If they continue by just working the singles and doubles, very soon they'll find that they're requiring in excess of 12 runs and over. And it's not going to be easy with the pressure that's going to build up and the fact that Ziaul Haq is going to be bowling 2 of those 5 overs. Harmeet Singh has got a couple overs to go. Hamad is likely going to be bowling out too. And this is a wide delivery and he finds the gap over cover. Waqas Salim is coming up and he does very well to stop it. They only get a couple of runs. That's the kind of effort you need. And Millen comes across to applaud his trooper. Waqas Salim keeps it down to 2. What looked like a boundary pinged off the bat of Nitish. Wide delivery. Hit it pretty well and it was coming right at us as Waqas Salim comes in and puts the diving save. Keeps it down to only 2. Next ball coming up and this is hit on the full and they're looking to come back for a second, but Saad Ali is very quick at long on. He moved across to find that gap and Hamad saw what the batsman was doing, so tried to go for the base of the stumps. Nitish was lucky to get some bat on it. Very tense in the middle. 31 deliveries, 59 to go. Required rate of almost 11.5. My guess was as good as yours. Who's going to take this title home? Another full toss, and this time it's going to find the gap, would it? And it does. You cannot afford to bowl full tosses. Got away off the previous one, but not this time. Shubham Ranjane finds the boundary. Hamad is very expensive today. 37 of his 3. Going at 12.33 and over. At the end of 15, it's 105. Harmeet Singh back in the attack. Nice tight delivery and the single is not on. Shubham was looking to rotate the strike, but that tight in ring of fielders on the offside Arjun Mahesh at a very fine short third, a backward point. They're not going to allow easy singles, and this is up in the air. Long off is converging and should be an easy catch, and it is. That's a big wicket. Nitish Kumar departs. This game is turning on its head. Last 4 to 5 overs, the wickets have come. They've been able to stem the flow of runs, the Kingsmen, and the required rate has also gone up. Pressure of a dot ball, and Nitish Kumar went downtown. Didn't really time it, and Saad Ali, he was never gonna drop that catch. He watched it all the way through, right into his hands. Pressure on the Kingsmen. Sujit Gora is now coming out. It's getting difficult with every passing delivery. I'm pretty certain the Raiders are now, for the first time in this innings, behind on the DLS with the fall of that wicket. They were cruising with that opening partnership of Akarshit Gomel and Gaurav Bajaj. And at the dismissal of Akarshit, Nitish and Gaurav were also batting pretty well. But since the dismissal of Gaurav, the tide has turned. Kingsmen, they're such a well-oiled unit. They've been in these kind of situations so often. They've played final after final. The likes of Harmeet Singh, Saad Ali, Zia-ul Haq, Hassan Khan, and so many others. They exactly know what it takes to close this game. It's the first time Raiders are playing a final like this, but take nothing away from the players on the Raiders roster. They're more than capable. They've played at the highest level. Still anybody's game. Sujit Narayan, more than capable of seeing this home. 28 deliveries, 55 to win. And that's hit straight back at Harmeet Singh. Another wicket. Harmeet Singh take a bow. Sujit was looking to work that onto the leg side. Closed the face of the bat a little too early. Not big turn on the ball. Pitches and straightens just ever so slightly, and the leading edge straight back to Harmeet. He grabs on with glee. 5 wickets down now. Boy, oh boy, what a game we are witnessing. What a Houston Premier League we are witnessing. 2 semi-finals last evening. Both went to the last ball. One of them went to a super over. We have had super overs in the league stages of this tournament as well. 5,000 runs have been scored over 2.5 days in this Houston Premier League. And we still don't know who's going to win this tournament. Right now, it looks like the Kingsmen are hot favorites. Unless Shubham Ranjane and Jasdeep Singh can pull off something special. This is looking like the Kingsmen are finally going to take home the coveted Houston Premier League. They've made several attempts. And not just one team, but they have had 2 teams playing the Houston Premier League over the years. They've got into the final last year, but they failed to take it home. Maybe this is the year as Jesse Singh faces up to Harmeet Singh. 55 of 26 now, 12.69, the required rate. A slightly faster delivery, slides it with the arm, changes the pace. Harmeet Singh was expensive in his first 2 overs, but you can never count him out of the game. And that's drifting into the pads. Another dot ball. What an over, Harmeet Singh. That's why you bank on players like Harmeet. Major leaguers, under 19 World Cup winners, first class experience. They come on stages like these when you need them to, and they can change the game. He's not just one of the finest cricketers going around. He's also working with a lot of youth in our city with coaching, and is one of the finest gentlemen you will come across. Just before, a day before the start of the Houston Premier League, he helped me distribute close to 200 pieces of clothing to respective teams. Always there to help out, always ready to step up on the big stage. Now Zia-ul-Haq, as expected, over number 17th and 19th is going to be bowled by Zia. Raiders are crumbling. Shubham Ranjane, can you do something to get your franchise back in? And this is nicely hit. He does so. A much needed boundary by Shubham. Mind you, Shubham is more than capable of seeing this off home just by himself. He is going to be the key now if the Raiders have to have any chance of going home with the HPL title. But he's going to need support, and it has to come from Jesse Singh. Zia-ul-Haq to Shubham. And this is down the leg side. It's definitely not crashing into a stumps. Slightly drifting in. He was trying to bowl a Yorker. So 5 of the first 2 balls. The required rate is still climbing up, 13.6 now. Right from game 1 in this year's Houston Premier League all the way until game number 15, the final. It's been nail-biting stuff. Action-packed 2.5 days, coming to a conclusion in 22 deliveries. And this one, if a direct hit, Jesse might have been struggling. It was Waqas Salim at backward point. Picked it up cleanly, but failed to hit the stumps, and Zia was not able to get back to collect the ball either. He was gone for all money. It's touch and go, very tight. I'm so glad it didn't hit, and a referral came back to us for me to make that call. And a foolish delivery. Slower out of the hand, back of the hand delivery. Hit straight back to Zia-ul-Haq. In spite of the boundary conceded, Zia has gone for only 11 runs in his 2.4 overs. Bowled the death over last evening, which saw... Bowled the super over last evening, alongside the death overs, which saw the Kingsmen cement their place in this championship final after defeating the Hurricanes in that super over. And this time he tries the sweep shot. He tried it on the last ball, and that should have been fielded. The fielder dives over that ball. They're not going to be happy with that effort. You can see the reaction from Ramiz. Rali, the youngster, they're still learning. It's a big opportunity for them to step up at this level and rub shoulders amongst the top in the country, top talents in the country. And these under 21 players, as many as 30 of them, 32 of them who were selected across the 8 franchises, are going to take home so many learnings from this tournament. And we've seen that over and over again. Young players come to this level, get the experience and improve. This is again played to backward point, another single. So good over for the Raiders. 44 required of 3. 146 for 5 at the end of 17. Quickly gonna look at the batting card. You'll see that Gaurav Bajaj and Akarshit Gomel got them off a good start, And then Nitish Kumar also put a good hand in, 35. But since then, Gajanan Singh and Sujit Gowda, those two wickets have really changed the complexion of the game. Back-to-back wickets, and the Kingsmen are looking like the hot favorites right now. If we look at the bowling scorecard, we'll see that Zia Shehzad has been the pick of the bowlers, although hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's been very good with the new ball. And Harmeet is going to be bowling out here, which is his last over. So it's going to come down to Zia likely bowling the 19th over. And one last over would have to be bowled by we don't know who. Could be Milind Kumar, could be Huzaifa. And they're looking to come back for a second. A good throw by the fielder. Looks like that's Hamad Azam at long on. Ramesh did very well to collect it on the bad bounce. It's very loud in there. All the Kingsmen fielders are chirping, backing their bowlers, hurling instructions. The Raiders camp is very quiet. It's going to take a couple of big blows to wake them up. Waqas, extremely loud. Yelled instructions at Harmeet that Jesse's going to look to go mid-wicket. And he does, and this is in the air. Waqas should be able to catch it. He's running in. He's covered the distance, and he drops it. He knew it was coming at him. I just told you, he told the bowler that Jesse's going to look to slog sweep him. Harmeet could have had a third wicket. He had it covered. Waqas ran about 30 yards. Should have settled under it quite comfortably and taken that catch. Milind is at long on. Jesse Singh needs to find the boundary as well. You cannot just let or rely on Shubham Ranjane to do all the scoring. That's a tall order, 41 of 16. Gonna take a bunch of hefty blows. And that's fired quick by Harmeet Singh. Yorker land delivery just outside the off stump. 41 of 15 now. 24 for 2 Harmeet. He's looking for a third. And that's again Yorked. Bowls it into the pads, and a direct hit would have got him. Umpire Owen Brown was very well positioned, so he's not going to refer that decision. And I'm glad he's not doing it. You see that Waqas Salim had the ball covered, didn't even need to dive, had settled under that ball perfectly. Shubham now, foolish delivery, driven to long on. Only a single, 39 required of 2. The required rate is up to 18 and over. Final ball of the 18th. And this is hit down the ground, and Saad Ali, in fact it hit towards long off by Jesse Singh, and Harmeet would be so disappointed. He was in the middle of a really good spell, and the final ball goes for a 6. Good hit by Jesse. Saad Ali at long off ran quite some distance but couldn't cut it off, so 33 now required of 2. Was that a big 6 in the context of this game? Are the Raiders aware that either Milind or Huzaifa would have to bowl the final over? If Zia is bowling this over, which it looks like he is, they need to get at least 15 from this over. Harmeet should have had the wicket of Jesse Singh. The catch was dropped by Waqas. And then Harmeet got smacked for a 6 down the ground. catches win matches, and the Kingsmen have dropped quite a few in this innings. Some of them hard chances, but some of them were regulation catches. 2 very regulation catches, 2 which the fielders got both their hands onto the ball, so they also count as catches at this level. So at least 4 catches dropped. And this is a full toss, and it's gonna go. It gets the outside edge, beats the keeper. Third man is inside the circle, so 4 more. 29 required of 11. Shubham Ranjane, 22 of 12. So a 6 and a 4 in the last 2 deliveries gets the required rate to 15.8. It was up to 18 at one point in time. Ziaul Haq again to Shubham Ranjane. And this time he gets a perfect Yorker. Wasn't at the base of the stumps, just outside. But Shubham was looking to swat it to deep mid-wicket, gets a thick inside edge, and it gets his stumps. Is that the end of the game? You see, it was just outside the off stump. Shubham was looking to whip it with his bottom hand. Closed the face of the bat a little too early, and it took a thick inside edge and deflected onto the stumps. Was that the final hope for the Raiders Unlimited? It's the Kingsmen who are looking limitless in this competition because they were down and out in the batting power play. They dug deep, put on a good total. The Raiders finished that inning strong in the death overs. The Kingsmen couldn't really explode and get beyond 200. Then the Raiders came on and put on a really good chase. They were dominating the first 11, 12 overs, but boy, the way the Kingsmen have come back in this game. Harmeet Singh, Hassan Khan, and Ziaul Haq, the 3 heroes with the ball. 29 now required. Zia Mohammad Shehzad is the new batsman. Was very good with the ball when he came with his leg spinners, but right now he needs to reel the willow and find the fence a few times. Only 10 deliveries remaining, 29 required. Zia, and that's taken an inside end, and what a take by Ramiz. Take a bow. Lot of keepers would have struggled to get a glove on that ball. The Chinese cut, one of the most effective shots in T20 cricket. Harmeet is hurling. Zia, 29 is required. Ended with 25 needed. And that's full and straight. And it goes to long off. Milind has been going long off to long off. The Kingsmen have tasted blood. Not just 1 foot. They've got a 1.5 feet and maybe a shoulder and the midriff through the door. Not long to go in this game. 8 deliveries, 28 required. And this is crashed down the ground by Jesse. Well fielded. Zia is looking to come back for a second. It's not to be had. We are in one of those 2 red booths. Sweeper cover region is where we are looking from right now. Zia to Zia, and it results in a dot ball. Ramiz again does very well to stop it. End of the over. 27 are required of the final over. Is this a foregone conclusion? How the Raiders have let this slip is beyond me. They were a very strong batting lineup. There were some very soft, timid dismissals. and unintelligent cricket. When the game was right under control, they didn't need to take that many risks. The runs were flowing. They played some uncharacteristic strokes, and the Kingsmen, credit where due, they hung in that game, tried to take it as deep as they could, and kept exerting the pressure. We've had a wonderful final. 2 p.m. is the time, just in time, as we know that radar is going to push that rain clouds. You may still get a good half an hour or so before the thunderstorms come in. Hamad Azam is bowling the final over, and this has taken the outside edge. It's going to fly over short third. Arvi really gives it a chase, but in vain. Results in a boundary. 23 required of 5. Jesse Singh, you need to hit at least 2 sixes and 3 fours. 3 sixes and a 4 and a single would do. A 4 sixes out of the 5 balls would be the easier route. A dot ball or a single now will result in 3 sixes, 4 sixes required. Hamad coming in. Full delivery, and he has gone long. Saad Ali is in business, and that's going to be a catch, and he's gone. Takes it very safely. That's the wicket, and that's the title for the Kingsmen. It's the inevitable now. The new batsman walking in is going to need to hit 4 sixes to win this for the Raiders. Four balls remaining, 23 runs required. Your heart goes out to the Raiders. They're a new franchise on the blocks. Have been around for a couple of years. Have played a select few number of tournaments. They're definitely going in the right direction, regardless of the result here, whether they can pull off a miracle win or not. Arik Natha is the new batsman, the wicket keeper. He needs to hit 4 sixes to Hamad Azam. It's a tall order. Hamad to Arya. And he swings for the fences, and this is up in the air as well. One bounce to sweeper cover. And the Kingsmen know they are home. Unless there's a no ball or wide. You can see the gleeful Ramiz Raja. Got out for a duck in the first over, but how good has he been behind the stumps? Foolish delivery, driven to covers, is only going to be a single. $21 required. This was the only title which the Kingsmen didn't have in that trophy cabinet. This is hit. One bounce to mid-on, long on. Just going to be a single. 20 runs required of the final ball. The Raiders can hold their heads up tight and high. They've come a long way in this tournament. And this is hit again, and that's the win for Kingsmen. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest update live from the Prairie View Cricket Complex from PV5 is the Kingsmen won, are the champions of the Houston Premier League 2024. They've come here several times over the years. 2 of their teams have competed in this tournament. They've been in the final on previous occasions but have never won it. 2024 is the year. Then when that final trophy that was missing in the Kingsmen trophy cabinet goes home. This is a testament to the professionalism, the brand they've created over the years. The managers, Salman Abbasi, Ikra Farooqi, the owner, Fawad Sarwar, the skippers, initially led by Hamad Azam, but now Milind Kumar, Shayan Jangir from Kingsman X, and so many others. Harmeet Singh has been a mainstay. Ramiz Raja has been a mainstay over the years. Saad Ali, Hassan Khan, Ziaul Haq. So many of them, they have well and truly deserved this trophy. These are the men who have conquered private franchise cricket all across the USA. And the final destination for them, the Houston Premier League, is also going home with the Kingsmen. What a wonderful professional effort when you put into context that 2 days ago, they were beaten by the Raiders in the first league game of the tournament and were beaten quite convincingly. They were bundled out for 113 and the Raiders chased it down for only 2 wickets down. In the second game, they were up against the Stars, which they pulled back from the jaws of defeat. The Kingsmen were almost on the verge of elimination early on day 1 from this tournament. They went back to win that game in the super over. Then they won the next game yesterday morning to book a place into the semifinals. They came to the semifinals to play the Hurricanes, who were on song. And it looked like they were going to lose the semifinal. And at one point in time, it looked Hurricanes were set in the finals. They pulled that game back and won it in the super over. Defended 8 runs in the super over. And when they came to the finals, where they lost wickets early, Ramiz Raja was gone for a duck. And they only scored 36 in the power play, but they came back from there on the innings of Milind Kumar, Hamad Azam, Harmeet Singh, and got a respectable total of 189. They were down and out in the chase at one point as well, but they kept believing and came back to win this game. Congratulations to the Kingsmen on winning the title. We're gonna try and get you some interviews very soon. And we will also be doing the presentation. It's been a wonderful effort by everyone involved at the Houston Premier League, all the umpires. As many as 10 umpires were used over the course of these 3 days. The Kingsmen and Raiders have played 5 back-to-back T20 games. Swapnil, who you see on your screen from Bad Ball USA, has been here for all 3 days, taking pictures and giving us media coverage. The ground staff at the Prairie View Cricket Complex have been working with rain in the forecast. They've worked tirelessly over the last week or so, just coming off the back of that USA-Canada series. And even today, they knew there was rain in the forecast. We were lucky to get this game and wrap it up in time. You see the Raiders huddle. They can hold their heads up high. The owner, Vishal Shah, and several others in their ranks. It's been a good effort by both teams. And we're going to take a short break and try to be back with the presentation very soon. your attention. Just 5 minutes. This would be quick. Won't let you wait much. All right, friends, welcome to the presentation ceremony of Houston Premier League 2024. As it stands, the champions for the first time are the Kingsmen. They've won. The Kingsmen have won every possible title there is to win in private franchise cricket, but Houston Premier League was the only title which was not in the trophy cabinet yet. So congratulations to everyone involved. And I would also like to extend my deepest thanks to Vishal and team, the Raiders, for participating and being very good brand ambassadors for your teams. May I now please invite the two umpires, Owen Brown and Brian Kane, to come up, and they would be presenting the first round of awards. Very well officiated by all the umpires. So we're going to start with some of the awards to thank folks behind the scenes who have been helping out the Houston Premier League for several years. First one goes out to Ahmed Butt. He's not here, but Butt Saab, if you're watching, this is for you. The second one is to acknowledge the Houston Cricket League, who have been supporting us for last several years. So Adil Anis, the president, I'll send this your way. The third one is to one of the volunteers, Satish Shanumugam. His wife is here. Sunita, please come and receive this for Satish. Now we're going to move on to some big ones. He officiated the finals, but he helped me with a ton of things behind the scenes. The rule book, board of director wears multiple hats for the Houston Premier League. Mr. Owen Brown, can I have Brian present this to Owen Brown, please? The next one goes out to someone, I call him the sexiest voice in cricket, but without whom none of the local cricket is possible. Brian Walters drove 3 to 4 times during the course of HPL back and forth to Austin, and always comes and helps me with commentary and several other things. He's also a board of director. So this one is for Brian Walters, and may I request Tamara to come and collect this on his behalf. The next one goes out to the person, the gentleman, because of whom all of this is possible. We don't get to see you often since you have gone up several tiers and we don't see you on the cricket fields anymore, but this is for Tanveer Ahmed, the owner of Prairie View Cricket Complex. May I request Mangesh Chaudhary to come and receive that award for Mr. Tanveer. Before you go too far, Mangesh and I have teamed up to play good cop, bad cop when it comes to getting things moving. So this one is for Mangesh for everything that he has done behind the scenes to make this event possible. Thank you, Mangesh. Now let's move on to the individual man of the match awards. The first game, Stars versus Austin Aces. The man of the match was Noman Anwar. He's not here. Anyone volunteers to get this to him? I'll keep this. The next one, Hurricanes versus Power Stars, Sushant Modani. For his 100, the first 100 scored this year. I'll move this to the back as well. The third one, Kingsmen 1 versus Raiders. The man of the match was Zia Shehzad. Kingsmen X versus Blasters, Shayan Austin Aces versus Raiders Unlimited for 76 and 3 wickets. Mohammad Mohsin. Anyone can get this for Mohsin? We keep this. I thought you guys are friends and see each other. No one wants to take Mohsin's of not friends. Ikra says we are not friends. Stars versus Kingsmen 1, Saad Ali. Power Stars versus Kingsmen X for the second time, Shayan Jangir. No surprises. Hurricanes versus Blasters, Aaron Jones. Can somebody from Hurricanes get this for Aaron Jones? Come on, Swapnil. Swapnil. Swapnil, come on. Swapnil from Bad Ball USA. He's been taking all the pictures. Stars versus Raiders, Akarshit Gomel. Well played. Power Stars versus Blasters, the USA captain Monank Patel for 100. Sidesh, if you're here, you can come and get it for Monank. Sidesh left. Kingsmen 1 versus Aces, Hassan Khan. Kingsmen X versus Hurricanes, Joshua Tromp. Swapnil, come up. Now to the big ones, the two semifinals. For his performance with the bat, leading from the front, the first semifinal, Raiders versus Power Stars, went to the last ball, Gaurav Bajaj. It's no surprise that man of the match for both semifinals is going to the two skippers. Milan Kumar come up for the second semifinal. Toss wala skipper. Now, we're going to start with the tournament awards. Best fielder of Houston Premier League 2024 with the most number of catches, Zia Shehzad, 6 catches. This is a big one. Best batsman of the Houston Premier League 2024, most number of runs, any guesses? 215 runs, Milan Kumar. The best bowler of the Houston Premier League 2024. Any guesses? One of the youngest players playing in this tournament. Sunita, come up. It's your younger son, Aryan Satish, with 13 wickets. He's grown up a lot. I couldn't tell that's Aryan. Hey, Brian, So for the picture, can you go like that side because I'm here? Now the next one is Tony Best Memorial. Tony Best, we know him, we remember him fondly for being one of the volunteers for Houston Premier League and Houston cricket in general. The most emerging talent, the most promising emerging talent of Houston Premier League 2024. This is an under 21 player, Aryan Satish. The most sixes hit, the super striker of Houston Premier League 2024. Any guesses? 13 sixes, Aaron Jones. Swapnil. Aaron Jones from the Houston Hurricanes. Chani Ben's Memorial Spirit of the Game Award, it goes to a franchise who were participating for the first time. They put on a very good show. They even won a game from Austin Aces. They're not here, I'll hold on to this. Arun, this is coming your way for being a very professional franchise. Most engaging franchise for social media management overall, that goes to the Power Stars Gladiators. Sidesh, can you come up? Now there's two more before we move on to the big ones. Player of the match of the finals today. Any guesses? Unanimously, everyone agrees it's Milind Kumar. 80 runs of 53 balls. The wicket of Gajanan Singh with the ball. Leading from the front, Milind Kumar, man of the match of the semi-final and final. Now comes the MVP of Houston Premier League 2024. Guesses? Milind Kumar is the MVP of Houston Premier League 2024. Now we're on to the big ones, the final two trophies. The runners-up trophy for HPL 2024. Raiders Unlimited, may I invite the owner, Vishal Shah, the managers and the entire team, the skipper, everybody to come up. And can the umpires hand over the runners-up trophy to Vishal and team? Come up, guys. Join them. Gaurav, come up. All right, guys, that's going to be a wrap from HPL 2024. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next year. Now on to the championship trophy. I think Fawad is not here, but whoever wants to come up, Ikra, Salman, first of all. The skipper, Milind and Hamad, Harmeet, everybody else come up. And the umpires, Brian Kane and Owen Brown, are going to present the championship trophy. Here you have it, the champions of HPL 2024 are Kingsmen 1. We're going to wrap up with these celebrations. You have the Kingsmen. Everybody from their lineup is here for the trophy. And with that, this is Munir Majid. I'm going to sign off from HPL 2024. Another one.
ये सीधा करना टोपी तोड़ा